Okay. I have gone live. I have shared links. I have set up my camera. Let's do it. Alright, so to start off, I'm going to go ahead and varnish this painting. I'm using Gambar gloss, and I'm going to put that on the painting you can see on your screen. Alright, with that done, I'm going to go ahead and put my varnish away. My painting's going to sit on the table to dry for like 12 to 24 hours before I'm going to be willing to turn it on its side again so the varnish doesn't run. I'm going to put this away and then switch my camera so that we can work on a new painting. Alright, bear with me for a second while I switch this out. Get a quick view of my workspace here. Okay, so thanks for bearing with me. I have no idea if anyone is live on the stream right now, but I know that from yesterday there are going to be a bunch of you who watch replay, so thanks for bearing with me for all the camera changes and stuff. Just figured I would go ahead and let you see the varnish pour rather than doing that like off camera and then starting the stream. So what I have on my easel today is a beautiful golden retriever that I'm painting for a commission. I have basically just finished the block-in at this stage. All of the paint here is really thin, and I'm just gonna get to kind of dive in now with some more like thick, energetic, painterly brush strokes because I'm pretty happy with the drawing side of this now, and I can start to play with like the actual paint. So I'm gonna go ahead and pull up my reference for that here on my computer, and we'll get started. All right, and as you probably saw yesterday, well, one, I've kicked off with like a clean workspace. My brushes are all clean. Palette is clean, have paper towels down, all that good stuff. I'm gonna probably go ahead and put out like a couple daubs of fresh paint here. It's really just one that I needed to actually like fully replace. Everything else should kind of tide me over for today, and with all that ready, I'm just gonna take a quick photo of where the painting is at and like plug that into my computer here. So I just try and get a photo where I square up totally to the image. I'm not viewing the image at like a strong angle. And then I crop the photo I took so that just the very edges of the panel are meeting the edges of the photo. And then from there, it's really easy to see once you do that if you're taking, if the photo is at an angle at all. So I will correct that. And then I can just airdrop it to my computer and overlay it on top of the photo reference and just sort of see how it's looking. Obviously, I have like a pretty good sense of how it's doing already. But this just like, it's a really fast way to get down to the nitty-gritty of, you know, how many millimeters off or how many degrees off is this one paint stroke. So it's just a like helpful trick I have in my workflow. It's not perfect, but especially for commission work where you have to be entirely accurate to capture that likeness, it helps a lot. By the way, if you guys decide to paint along with me while you watch, let me know what you're working on in the chat. Okay, so I have my image in Photoshop, and I can already see a couple changes I want to go ahead and make here. So I'm going to kind of squish in her shoulder. It's not quite this round and puffy. And then there's a little bit of work on, from our perspective, her right eye. By the way, this adorable golden retriever's name is Millie. So I'll probably be referring to her as such throughout the live stream today. So there's a couple of different ways that I use this like Photoshop overlay. One is that I can just flip really quickly between the photo and the image of the painting. The other is that I can superimpose the image of the painting and just set it on a lower opacity. And if I get it at just the right opacity, I can actually see the drawing of the photo and compare that with the drawing of the painting, and I can actually see the boundaries of things and exactly how much they differ from one another. So one example of that, I know you can't see what's on my computer screen, but her eye is just like coming too low over here, and if I drop the image of this in Photoshop down to a low enough opacity, I can see this border of her eye that I painted, but then I can also see the photo where the border of her eye is up here. So I'm gonna take that really pale golden fur color that's up by her eye and go ahead and make that correction. And so I have a little bit of both things happening. I had that layer on a lower opacity, but I also flipped back and forth right before I went in to start painting, just to kind of solidify exactly where I wanted to put that mark. One thing about her eye here is that normally we would think of their eyes as being more or less black, and that's certainly how they look here. But they are quite warm, and they have like a rich brown quality to them. So I'm using my transparent oxide brown, and that's basically like acting as my black. It is black enough that I do not need to cool that off and make it like a blue to make it look the way that I want. So I still think this is kind of reading a little funny, so I'm sure that there's more I'm gonna have to do here. But I'm just gonna trust that like my corrections are on the right path and kind of carry on. So she has a really pretty eyelid, which I know is like a really bizarre sentence to say. But it's reflecting like the sky color because it is shiny. So it reads as blue in the image. And so I'm just putting in that teeny sliver of blue. And again, I'm kind of just thinking of that as like a starting point. Because I'm sure if, you know, it didn't look quite right, that I'm gonna catch it later. There certainly is merit to, like, if you put something down, you make sure it's perfect. And I certainly, like, wanted to make sure the mark was as accurate as it could be, but I wasn't going overboard. Like, I wasn't afraid to make the mark. I needed to just kind of try and see where it got me. So the nice thing about this block-in is overall my colors are like pretty much doing what they should be doing. Nothing is super far off from my reference and what I want it to look like, which means I don't have to do a ton of guessing here. If I can kind of match the color I've already put down or kind of use that as like the basis for certain adjustments, I'll be in good shape, which feels very good. Means I can kind of just enjoy working on the painting rather than kind of stressing out about trying to get it to a certain level of accuracy. For me, that's kind of always the stressful part. Like, the drawing is stressful, and then at the point at which I can just focus on the painting, everything is golden. No dog pun intended. Okay. So over here, it's hard for me to see fully like what color this area should be. There's like really a lot of colors happening, so I'm focusing primarily on getting the value, like the relative light or darkness of my paint correct, and then I can, you know, I can go play with that and get it even more accurate later. And I'm really just at the stage where I'm kind of just like roaming around the photo and seeing what the biggest differences are between the painting and the reference, and letting things that feel really obvious guide what I do next. I'm not trying to force anything I'm not seeing well, so whatever jumps out the most is probably what I can tackle with the most confidence, so that's what I do. And I think the cool thing about this painting that I'm really excited about is that because she has such like a majestic, like lush coat, I think I'm gonna get to do a lot of playing with the paint and like really just kind of let the paint do what it wants to do. You know, I think the likeness is in a really good place. So I don't think I have to go super tight. I think I can like really just sort of see what kinds of marks I come away with, and I'm really excited for that today. Especially, I think it's a great kind of juxtaposition to the painting I was working on yesterday, which I think by nature is just going to be a bit tighter. And I think that's just kind of what that particular painting calls for. So this is a great thing to kind of use to take a break, and vice versa. So I know I asked about this yesterday, but I'm really curious, like, what all are you doing to sort of keep busy, keep entertained? Like, do you have certain books you're really excited to read, or painting projects you're finally going to get to? Usually, I mean, up until yesterday, I've never like live streamed and painted before, so I usually like listen to audiobooks and stuff like that, podcasts. So I'm always on the lookout for new good stuff. But I also just want to hear, like, if you're painting, what you're working on, or I don't know, even if you just have projects around the house. Like, at a certain point, you know, with gyms closed and basically any other community activity off the table for a while, I don't know, we can't paint all day every day, much to many of our chagrin, I'm sure, but it's good to have other stuff. Okay, so I really want to look at this like bridge of her nose. It's a really interesting color that I think I have like pretty closely captured, but I have this weird thing happening here which isn't happening in the photo, so I want to go ahead and like build up some more paint there and get some paint strokes I'm like really happy with. Like, it could be done. And I think what I'm going to plan on doing for this particular painting, which I'm pretty excited about, is I'm probably going to let some of the underpainting show through, because I think it has a lot of really pretty texture that's not like the texture that I'm going to get with thicker paint. So I want to be really careful about what paint I do put down, because the intention isn't just to pile on more paint if it isn't right. Thank you. Thank you for the compliment. I'm very happy with the block in and think she's headed in a great direction. Painterly brushes, I don't know if you were in here when I was asking what you're up to and what projects you're working on, but I'm curious if you want to share in the chat, like, if you're working on a painting or you have like projects around the house or hobbies you want to learn. Definitely a good time for that. I definitely like portraits more. I really love like all the opportunity that landscapes represent. You know, they have a lot to teach me, and I have a lot to learn there. But But that also means kind of by default, like what I'm most comfortable with and what you're most likely to see me working on, and the paintings that I know I'm just gonna like crush, portraits, like every time. Nice. Are you it's like one thing I've seen a good amount of is like people going and painting plein air, like not with other people and not in any place where like they could interact with someone and like potentially spread the virus, but it does seem like a lot of landscape painters are going outside right now, which I think is a good, I mean, I don't work for the CDC. I can't really speak to the like broader population health risks of that, but it seems like a good activity for like just kind of keeping your sanity, having some place to go and being able to like go out in nature. So this place where I'm putting down like a really light color, I wish I had been able to get this while I was still blocking in, because I would have probably erased it out. It's this little like sliver of highlight from some of the longer like hairs of her cute fuzzy ears. And I really want to layer some transparent paint on top of this, which means this is going to have to dry before I can actually do that. So just a little bit of a downside to not getting that in sooner. But that's okay, because I'm getting it in now. Yeah, you should totally paint outside, especially, you know, I don't know, I think you might have mentioned yesterday, but I don't recall where you're located. But since it's like getting warmer right now, for a lot of painters, it's like the first time it kind of makes sense for them to go outside in a while. It's interesting, I'm in North Carolina, so our winters are not very aesthetic. Like, we don't have like beautiful piles of snow anywhere. So I really don't know what the attraction would be for like North Carolina painters to go paint outside before springtime. Definitely like a great place for painting in the fall, especially if you like go up to the Smokies or whatever. But right here, or right now, I should say, it's like hovering between 60 and 70 outside most days of the week. So be very pretty. If I had like a backyard worth looking at, I would like live stream from the backyard, but I don't think there's really anything for me to paint out there. Okay, yeah, so you probably had some like pretty winter scenes if you're close enough to the country. I bet you have like really beautiful fall scenes too. So this is just like a little bit of that kind of transparent interaction I want with the lighter sections. I'm actually kind of going around the paint that I just put down. And it's really just to make a drawing adjustment is how I'm thinking of it right now. So it's, when I say that, what I mean to say is it's not the final, but it's just going to get me a little bit closer to where it will be when I'm ready to put in like the final touches on it. Okay, so her nose has a darker blue that comes up a little higher. And then from here, I think I can go ahead and suggest where her nostrils are. It's not something I'm going to be super literal about. It's really, I just want to go ahead and have like a rough indicator, and then I'll see if I actually put them in the right place as I go along. One thing that I think is like really tricky with noses, kind of especially animal noses to a certain extent, is it's really easy if their nostrils are a particular way to kind of make them look like pig noses. So I'm trying to be careful of that here, not to make them too round or too perfect. Definitely like let them get in perspective. Don't make them darker than they need to be. That I think is like mainly what contributes to noses that don't look real. So I'm just kind of catching up on the chat. That's so mean. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that people weren't nice to you on your stream. I think that's really terrible, and that you were really brave to go put your art out there. And I hope it doesn't keep you from sharing things with people. And Tomislav, thank you so much for the compliments. I'm glad that you like the background. Yeah, I think this is going to be, I mentioned earlier that this is just getting past the block-in at this point, but I think this is going to be a really fun painting to make, and I think she's going to turn out pretty effortlessly, which is always exciting. I cannot wait. I mean, for me to see the finished painting, but also for my client to see it. Okay. So I did have like a drawing error with her nose up here. It was just like a little bit wider than I had initially painted it. This brush I have is really large for what I'm trying to do. In general, I think that can be somewhat helpful to kind of force yourself to work with a brush that's bigger than you need. That was very much on the edge of what I could handle, though. It's just, at a certain point, you just can't get in the detail, although in general, like, people tend to go overboard with the detail, which is why it's such a helpful tip. Okay, and then I have this kind of like shadow of her tongue. It's really not pink. It's like almost like dark brown mostly, even though like I think like objectively her tongue is pink, like the local color is pink. So I just mixed some permanent magenta with a little bit of transparent oxide brown to get that color in. And my drawing is like more or less accurate, but I am doing just a little bit of cleanup here. Then there's one other thing down here. So this kind of indicator I put in for her teeth, it's like very close to where it needs to be, but it is not fully accurate. So I'm gonna try and erase the paint that I already put down. Where is the brush that I want? Oh, it was the one closest to me. We'll see if this works. If not, I'm gonna have to go over it in a light paint color to erase it out. This is another case of a brush that's very large for what I'm trying to do. I wonder if I have a better brush over yonder. Aha! These are brushes I don't reach for often. Most of them are short handles, which is why they're not in my main kit, which is all long handle brushes. But I do have a couple of brushes like this ivory long flat. I'll show you on the other camera. And it's a little skinnier and it's still really stiff, so it's good for erasing out with some Gamsol. Okay, not getting a whole lot of traction here. So one thing I could do if I like really did want this to dry quickly, it's like right now, for instance, I'm gonna put in, I'm actually gonna go in with white paint rather than erasing out the paint that's already down there. White is really slow drying, and if you put it in there early, it can like really make your painting chalky if you don't wait for it to dry before you go over top of it. It's definitely something that like takes quite a bit of practice to be able to layer transparent colors over white. So if I wanted this to dry quickly, I could totally like get some alkyd in this, but I don't fully think it's necessary. My deadline for this piece is not immediately coming up. I just want to have it, I want to be making progress like early and often, so I can definitely wait for those lighter parts to dry if I do need to go over top of them for whatever reason. Are you guys working on any paintings right now, or anything like that while we hang out on the stream? Okay, so I have a feeling that is like super wrong. In fact, I'm certain it is now. So I'm alternating between my dark and my light here to just make that disappear. I like these jams. Seriously. Makes me want to like get up and samba. Okay. Oops. Yeah, that was in the right place. Good. Okay, I'm taking some of this color I mixed earlier for like the bridge of her nose, and I'm going to put a little bit more of that on the place like right above her actual nose, because it's a little bit darker than what I have painted. Oh, interesting. So, yeah, I totally relate to that, James. So, in terms of like either colors not looking good, particularly in portraits, I think that's like especially common. People who really like portraits and paint them a lot, I think it's easy for color to be a weak spot. My roommate is asking me if I want something from Chipotle, so gonna take him up on that real quick and then get back to painting. What the something is my Chipotle order? I get a salad with white rice, black beans, veggies, pico, corn, guac. Okay, I got the carb, I got the beans. The veggie is in place of the meat. Oh man, he just placed the order. Okay. Okay, so back to portrait colors. Yeah, I think it's really common in portraits. I think the really cool thing, though, is that you can intentionally, you can intentionally deviate in a portrait. I mean, you could have like a beautiful portrait that's in monochrome. You can have a portrait with really like loud, vibrant colors if that suits your sitter's personality. So there's like a lot of flexibility there, which I think is awesome. But as far as like moving it between room to room, I wanted to speak to that because there are definitely things you can do. What I've heard from other artists and what I do as a result of what they've told me, the conventional wisdom is that if you paint under a cool light, like what you can kind of see up here, like coming into my webcam, a painting that you paint under cool light will typically look good under warm light. But a painting you paint under warm light typically looks really strange under cool light. So it could be something where maybe you are painting with a warmer light and then you move it into a room with cool. I would definitely look out for that. And like with my students, I recommend if they do have like different lighting schemes in their studio, that the one that goes on their easel be cool light. And then you can always kind of experiment with each painting and see once you're done, like, oh, could this maybe still look good under warm light, or should I insist that I, hang it under cool light? Because most people have warm light in their homes, so it's, I think it's typically good to like have that flexibility. My home, because I work from home, I have hue lights, and they transition from like a cool light during the day to a warm light after sunset. So what you should start to see here, this is really gradual, but like my main studio light that you cannot see, it'll start to get warmer as the night goes on. But the main light that's on my easel it stays the same temperature the whole time. Sometimes I do change the overheads to match the primary light for my easel. It just depends on how kind of neurotic I'm being. But I hope that is helpful. I hope that helps your portraits and the colors in them look more consistent. But I don't think it has to look perfect, especially if you are somewhat colorblind. I think you can still make a really beautiful painting. And if it really is just an issue of you're really happy with the colors in one room and you go to another room and it looks weird, I would highly recommend painting under cool light. And then it should give you a little bit more flexibility. Yeah, I agree. And what you should see with like soft morning light, especially if it's like north light, it's going to be pretty cool. So it should kind of mimic like the cool studio lights I have. And yeah, what's always really frustrating for me is I like to work late at night. It's probably not the best. But what inevitably happens is that I work until it's, after dark. I finish a painting, and I immediately want to take a picture and send it to the client. But I really need to wait until morning so that I can put the painting like next to a north window, because the light's just going to look a lot better. Okay, so what do I need to do? What do I need to do on this painting? I mean, obviously there is a lot that I can do, but what's going to be the next thing to do? So this probably doesn't look distracting necessarily for you guys, but I have like a drawing problem over by this ear. So I'm gonna mix up a fur color and hopefully fix that right up. I talked about my palette yesterday. I don't know if it was like audible the whole time, but oh, what color does this really look like? But the main colors that I'm using today for Millie here are titanium white, yellow ochre pale, and then some earth colors, so transparent oxide red, transparent oxide brown. I have Terra Rosa on my palette, but I don't think I'll use it too much with her. I have transparent oxide yellow. This is a painting where I'm using that color quite a bit, even though I don't know if I necessarily need it. And then I do have like ultramarine blue and permanent magenta on here as well for things like her tongue or these kind of blue accents on her coat. All right. And this part of the drawing was like closer, but I need like a little bit of a gradient for it to work. So, all right, that's looking better. Thank you. I'm glad you like all of her colors. I'm really happy with how she's looking. And I think a lot of this is I tried to do the full underpainting in one go, so I could erase out, and I used a lot of colors that work well when transparent. So transparent oxide yellow, transparent oxide red, transparent oxide brown. There's a lot of that here, and I think it just kind of helps like build some richness, particularly for a painting with these colors. My roommate is apologizing for placing the order without waiting. Okay. So I have some pretty big adjustments that I've put in. I'm now just kind of looking to see, like, what else have I not really paid attention to up until this point. I do see some potential improvements with the drawing of her ear. The silhouette just isn't quite right, so putting that in. I think it's somewhat easy to be like a little bit formulaic with these colors, as in like, oh, the highlights on her coat are going to be this color, or the shadows are going to be this color. But these little like wispy areas that the light's catching, they have a really big range of colors that are being represented. Some of them are like a cool purple, others are pretty warm. So I'm just trying to be conscientious as I go to paint those, like, that I'm not just on autopilot and like wholesale putting down a color without really thinking. So this section up here I think is gonna be tricky, not because I think anything is wrong, but just it's like an interesting continuum of color, and I think it's just gonna be a little bit easy for me to not quite nail it. So I'm just gonna kind of see what an initial pass looks like, because I want this, like right now this kind of purple color looks distracting to me. Like, it doesn't look like it's a seamless part of the painting. It looks like a weird splotch of purple that I put on her face. And part of that is that it's flat color right now. And so that'll improve the more I like render, but I don't want to have to get too tight for it to look right. And I think some of that is going to be looking at these like edge relationships specifically. Okay. And once again, I have just like a very slight drawing problem. That I am going in and just, I'm like pushing that bridge of her nose up toward her eye. Hey Scott, how's it going? I know, I totally relate as far as like YouTube notifications. I have creators who I want to know as soon as they have a video up, and some of them I actually do get notified. It's not always immediate, but others, like I want them on my notifications and I can't figure out how to actually make YouTube tell me. So if I figure that out, I will reply to one of your video comments and let you know what the secret is. Because yeah, I definitely don't want you to miss out. But if it's any consolation, I don't know, we've been here, how long have we been streaming? Like an hour. Just been like building up on my block in. I already had the block in done before I started, and then I varnished another painting that's on my desk here today. But I think it'll be easy enough to kind of catch up. Especially considering when you watch the time lapses, they're probably like close to 10 times the real speed. Maybe it's closer to 30 times faster. So you can always like watch the replay and fast forward. You will not be missing much. Yeah, totally. You definitely can catch up later. Okay, so after trying several combinations, last thing that works is black and white plus primaries, cod yellow, red, and ultramarine blue. Are you thinking of that as like a palette, like the colors that you put on the palette, or are you thinking of that as like the colors, like the way you build up the painting? And the reason I ask is like when you talk about like black and white and then the colors, I could see that as being like a grisaille, where you paint the whole thing in black and white and then you add in those primaries in like glazes, like old master style. Or I could totally see that also being like, that's just your palette. You have a super limited palette and you have, you have your white to lighten, and black is sort of like blue number 2, and then your primaries, which I think is like generally a really good way to go. I think if you're trying to work on your color, there's sort of 2 things to consider. One is that you can, if you're having trouble mixing like really specific vibrant colors, like if you paint flowers, for instance, chances are the issue is that your palette is too limited. But if you're doing something like portraits and your colors aren't working, it's probably because your palette has too many colors on it, and it's just kind of getting like muddy and overwhelming. Okay, yeah. So it sounds like for you that limited palette is like totally the way to go. And what you'll probably find is like you'll get more and more comfortable and you won't really have those concerns with with paintings winding up being muddy, and like over time you can reintroduce other colors there. I imagine that will happen faster than you think. If it isn't my Chipotle ordering roommate.
It is.
It's okay. It's okay.
If you want one of the things, I ordered 3 of them. So.
Oh my gosh. I was sitting there trying to remember my order. And then you said order placed. I was like, damn it.
You said a side of block.
I know what I said, but I was typing. You saw me typing. Mm-hmm. So I imagine so James, when you're talking about like pink dogs, there's a couple reasons that could happen. One is that some browns naturally like tint in the pink direction. So like Terra Rosa, if you know, it's like a pretty good brown. And it's a brown that would probably look really good on a lot of dogs. But if you needed to lighten it and you added white, it will definitely look pink. For colors like that, I tend to try and lighten with a yellow ochre or a cad yellow, probably cad yellow pale. And that will keep it feeling like warm and natural and like suitable for the dog's coat. I can also see that if you like were trying to tint cad red, it might look pink if you added white instead of a yellow. Yeah, I think some of it is color specific. Some earth tones tint more pink than others. But in general, I would try and lighten it, not by adding white, but by trying to add a color that's closer to what you want. Well, thank you. That's cool. How is Serbia doing? Are there like, I don't really know what the like the quarantine situation is. Are you kind of stuck inside, or are things pretty quiet right now? Okay, yeah, burnt sienna. I can see that happening. So here I'm gonna adjust my camera and I'm gonna do like a small mixing thing, and show you. I don't have burnt sienna on my palette, but I'm gonna show you what would happen with a kind of similar color. So, hopefully you guys can actually kind of see. Okay, yeah, it's not like the world's most amazing camera angle, but it should be good enough. Alright, I'm gonna grab a brush that I just don't think I'm gonna use at all today, so I'm gonna grab this kind of stiff, like, imitation bristle brush. This is a Rosemary Evergreen. There is a 0% chance that I use this on the painting, so I'm gonna use this to get dirty. So I'm going into my like burnt sienna equivalent, which is transparent oxide red, like putting some of that down. If I were going to mix for Millie's coat, I would lighten that with yellow ochre. And now I'm getting like, I mean, this is like pretty much the color you would see on her. Now, like by comparison, yeah, I'm just gonna like wipe this brush clean, but I'm not gonna worry about it being perfect. I'm gonna grab like another little pile of like transparent oxide red and then get some white. With this color, it's like not bad, but I think, let's see, yeah. I think this, if I had put this color on Millie, it would probably start to look pink. Actually. Oh, okay. So it like was supposed to be totally white. Okay. So like white on a dog or like any animal is like somewhat tricky. If like their skin is coming through, it's almost gonna look like a really light blue or a really light gray. If there's pink coming through, which can also happen, it's gonna look pink, but probably only in very select places. So like the horse that I painted has like a pink nose, for instance. So if you go back and like rewatch the beginning of the stream, you'll see some of that pink showing through the white fur. But I wonder if I have any like white horses I can show you. I definitely don't have white dogs. What do I have on my wall? But, okay, well, I do have, like, one white horse, and it's, like, mostly blue and purple because the horse is in shadow. There's just a lot that can happen with whites. It's a really tricky color. It sounds like you weren't using white straight out of the tube, which is probably a good thing. But if you were trying to get, like, a little bit of brown in there, I would just be pretty careful about which brown you choose. If I wanted to, like, a lot of the places where the light is catching the fur on this painting, so I'll go ahead and, like, move my camera so I can kind of point and show you what I'm talking about. Come on. Yeah. It's either, in this particular painting, like, white plus yellow ochre, like, up in these highlights, or these places where the light isn't quite as warm. It's, like, more soft and diffused. This is, like, a little bit of yellow ochre, but also a little bit of, like, permanent magenta, for, like, a kind of subdued purple almost, mixed in with a whole lot of white. Yeah, I've seen some really pretty paintings of white horses that sound exactly like you're describing. And it just kind of, it depends on the ground that they're on top of. Like, sometimes they can be on top of, like, a red dirt. Sometimes they're on top of a green pasture. But yeah, they just have such, like, complex anatomy that if you find a white or a gray horse in the light's really good, you can get some, like, really beautiful colors kind of bouncing around, which is, I think, really fun to paint. Oof, Walmart is out of paper. Is that, like, drawing paper or, like, printer paper? I assume because this channel you're talking about, like, paper to draw or paint on, but okay. That's a good question, Tomislav. I will probably, the final background's gonna look very close to what you're seeing. I wanted something, like, abstract but kind of grassy. And this is a pretty cool green that I've painted it, so there's some areas where it looks more blue and some areas where it looks more green, kind of intentionally. So there's really not going to be changes beyond, like, what you're seeing here. Like, no big structural changes. So there's not really going to be a whole lot of, like, reflected background color into the dog or vice versa. It really just kind of depends on the subject. So I happen to, like, take a really nice photo of the dog for the painting, and I'm really just going off of what the photo is showing me. Like, maybe in a perfect world, somehow I could have actually, like, done a color study on location, but it was hard enough to get, like, a still photo of them without them, like, wanting to, like, jump on me and just, like, get lots of pets. So I I tried to just go with what I could control. I picked a day with really good light outside. I made sure that we took all the photos outside. And I made sure I had a camera that, to the best of its potential, could see color pretty well. Which is to say, like, most DSLRs without any weird color filters will do the job nicely. Yay! I'm glad that it looks like grass or parkland type stuff. That makes me very happy, because I'm not going to get super literal with the background, but I still want it to evoke the right idea, which means I'm probably not going to have to put a whole lot of time into kind of worrying about that. So I'm glad that's how it's looking. Thank you. The background fits the dog. As far as paper, yeah, I hear you. I think, like, all of my roommates and I went out, like, maybe a week and a half ago to try and stock up on essential paper, and, like, thankfully we're all good, but, like, it's crazy. Oh, thank you. Thank you for saying the world needs me. That's really sweet. I really, yeah, I mean, honestly, I kind of wanted to start the stream because even though this past week I had all this extra time with stuff starting to get canceled and me starting to think about it being better to stay home, I had, like, an entire day where I couldn't paint at all because I was just kind of, like, preoccupied with everything going on and all the uncertainty, and I kind of just wanted a way to feel connected to people and figured other people might be feeling the same way. So I'm really grateful because it lets me, like, get to know all you guys better, which is awesome, and it also just, like, lets me get work done, which honestly this past week was, like, a real struggle, which sucks, like, painting is great and I don't want to have any reason not to do it. Oh. Okay. So I'm just looking at Miss Millie here, trying to see what needs doing. Might kind of be at a place. Ooh, I see a drawing error that I can fix. Haha. It's amazing how, like, small these little things are, but they really hold up the rest of the drawing, or the rest of the painting, I guess I should say. Okay, so overall, I think that's looking pretty good. I've made a lot of changes over the entire panel. So this is, I think, the combination of, like, I'm not really sure what I should do next, plus, I've changed so much of it, means time for me to, like, take a new picture and load that up into my computer. So I don't know how well you can see, especially because my, like, webcam portion is so small, but I just try and, like, totally square my phone's camera up with the image. I want there to be a border around the entire panel, and I don't want the panel to be any kind of an angle. It's okay if it's not perfect. I actually just go into, like, the edit tool in my iPhone and, like, hit crop, and then I drag each side in so it's like barely starting to touch the panel. That leaves, like, a little bit of white space, or, like, extra space around the panel itself in the photo, but that's okay because I correct that in Photoshop. So this is like a little bit tedious. It takes me, I don't know, like 2 minutes to try and like totally get it as good as I can in my phone, and then I just hit done and like airdrop it over to my computer. And then in my Photoshop file, I just paste the photo in, resize it so that it's the exact same size as my as the Photoshop file. So like for instance, this is an 8x10" panel that I'm working on, and I make sure that the aspect ratio of the image, the like original photo that I'm looking at Photoshop, I hope this makes sense, is also 8x10, so that when I superimpose them, they should line up 100% perfectly, assuming I scale them both to the same size. Yes, exactly. Okay. Thank you. I'm glad that she's looking finished. What I'm probably gonna do, honestly, is put her away, swap in another painting I'm working on, and kind of give my eye a break from this. And that way, every time I should look at her, I should feel really fresh and like I really know what I want to do that day. And as I get to the point where I'm not really sure what I should do, that's usually a good indicator that I should switch. Yeah, Scott. So, okay, one, I'm glad it sounds like you guys kind of understand what I'm saying. I should really make a video about it because it's hard to explain without the visual aid and without kind of showing you the Photoshop commands I'm using. But yeah, I paste it in, and then I like hit the transform tool, and then I use skew to make sure that the edges of the panel are totally flush with the edges of the actual like Photoshop frame. And then I'm good to go after I apply the transformation. As far as the original photo, so I talk about this, and I think Scott, that you've seen the video that I talk about this, where like it really does matter how good your reference is. And it's been a lesson like I've learned over a long period of time. You know, there was a point where like I didn't think I could take good pictures, and so I found a lot of stuff on like Pinterest that I thought was pretty, and that was okay because I wasn't like selling those paintings. But it's like, if you want your painting to have something, like whatever the X factor is, and your reference doesn't have it, you're kind of asking your imagination to do a lot of heavy lifting when your brain's already working really hard trying to like capture the likeness of whatever you're working on. So highly recommend like spending a lot of time on finding or taking original photos that you really like. In fact, the camera that I'm streaming off of actually is brand new, and I got it because it has a really good autofocus system, because I'm not a professional photographer. That's not, you know, I'm not selling photographs. That's not my business. I want to be as proficient as I can, but past a certain level, I'm really going to be focusing on leveling up my painting skills, not leveling up my photography skills. So I definitely wanted a camera that could make up for any like deficiencies I have as far as being able to get like really good shots that are in focus, particularly when it comes to like squirmy children or energetic animals who don't want to sit still. So sometimes like upgrading the equipment can make a difference there, but it's just definitely keep in mind that like if there's a weakness in your reference, you shouldn't hold that against your painting. That's really smart. doing sketches along with taking the reference photos. I always try and like keep that option open. And I've learned that for animals and children, it just means spending extra time packing up the car and having equipment to lug around that I don't wind up using. At the same time, there's a part of me that's like, oh, I should have a sketchbook everywhere, and I should be sketching all the time. I think especially as a painter for color purposes, because as good as my little camera over here is, cameras just don't see color as well as we do. They're really bad at it. And I lucked out with this photo of Millie. I think the color is really pretty in here, but I'm sure as like beautiful as this color is, that if somehow I could have forced her to sit exactly still, I probably could have gotten even more vibrant color if I had been able to like just make the painting on location. So I definitely applaud people who are able to make a really good habit of like sketching and doing color studies and relying on those every bit as much as they rely on reference photos, for sure. Oh, goodness. Okay. So I definitely need to take a short break. I'm trying to decide if I should like literally just like pin up a thing and come back in 5 minutes and like swap out to a new painting, or if I should just like end the stream and maybe come back later. What are you guys thinking? Like, do you think people will be like turned off if I put a little like back in 5 minute sign up here, or definitely curious what you guys think. I think it's just a question of like how long you want to hang out on the stream, because I have a feeling if I stop the stream, I'm gonna like take some time and cook dinner and like watch Netflix, and the question will be how much time gets sunk into that. But if you want to like keep chatting and keep painting and keep hanging out, I'll just do like the back in 5 minutes thing. Oh wow, it's near midnight. Where are you at, Scott? This is one time where like the chat delay is it's really hard because I have to kind of just sit here in silence while I wait for you guys to like catch up to this stream. I need something to write on, and also like a writing utensil. I guess I'm kind of surrounded by them. Oh wow, cool. I didn't realize, I would have thought, so you're like 5. I thought the UK was like closer to 8 hours ahead of me, but I don't know, that might just be like a terrible, inaccurate memory on my part. I'm literally writing on a paper towel with paint, because I don't know if I have like regular paper or a pen. I mean, I do somewhere, but I don't know. Do I have tape? I mean, the answer is like, yes, I do have tape. It's an art studio, but where? Where do I have the tape? Let me see if that. Great. Okay. I'm going to put a note in the chat and I'll be back shortly. Okay, good to have you with us. All right, so I'll take my very sophisticated sign down. Oh, goodness. I'm just trying to think. Do I want to sit here and like drink my tea? Do I want to swap out my painting? What do I want to do? How are things in North England? I'm very curious if your coffee is decaf, by the way. Slash, if it's not, how you'll get any sleep. I can't tell if everyone else is taking a break too or not. So if you're here and you want me to stop eating dinner and and start painting again, let me know in the chat. Yeah, I totally get that, Scott. I don't think it's much different here. There's like so much panic buying, but at the same time, like while people are overreacting in that direction, so many people are acting like this is just like media driven hysteria, and it's really annoying. And then there are people who like aren't saying this is like anyone's fault or the media is wrong, but they're just like, well, you should live your life. Irony, of course, being like young people just wanting to go live their lives could cost other people theirs, which is pretty terrible. So I feel you. That being said, it sounds like you're good to go. And I'm glad. I hope you stay safe and all your loved ones stay safe. I'm drinking like horrifying quantities of tea. I feel like I discovered tea at like just the right time in my life. Okay, so I know Scott is in the chat. I think James is taking a break. But I have a couple other people watching. So if you're watching and you're in front of your computer, let me know. And we can hang out. Because I'm probably going to sit here and talk to you guys and drink my tea for a couple more minutes before I figure out what I'm going to do with the painting. Okay, so I think I know what I'm going to do. I am going to swap off Millie for her brother, Booger, who is a Labradoodle. And we will do the same process with Booger. Like a person portrait. Let me autofocus this. There we go. I do have one like human portrait in progress that it's the one I was working on yesterday. And I may pull her out tonight. We'll just kind of have to see how it goes. Yeah. But yeah, so I'll do a little bit of talking and then kind of get ready to paint again here shortly. So the stage that our doodle Booger is at is about the same stage Millie was at when I started today. Millie might have a little bit more time, but I would consider both of them being in like that kind of end block in stage. So what's going to happen with Booger here is I'm going to start the same way. I'm going to like load a picture of the painting up into Photoshop and do some comparisons and see exactly where the drawing is off, make some drawing corrections, and then, you know, go in and start to like really build up some paint texture. It's funny because I talk about that and I really didn't build much texture on Millie. But it's starting to get thicker and thicker, basically. If I go too thick too fast, it's gonna start to become a mess the more I go. So yeah, I actually have 3 dogs I am working on right now, and 1 human portrait and another portrait that is in the wrap-up stage right now. And then I think this week, as I need a little bit more distance from the dog paintings, like it's getting harder and harder to see what I want to do to them next, or as I finish them, I have 2 really big paintings that I'll work on and I'll stream so that you guys can, you know, follow along. Both are commissions. One is an 18 by 30 like monochrome portrait from a photograph taken in 1905, and then the other is a floral still life that's huge. It's 3 feet by 4 feet. So the trick with the big portrait is going to be, can I even like fit the painting in with the lens that I have on my camera? Not really sure about that. Okay, Mr. Booger. I never actually like met a doodle before I took his picture, and he was just like the biggest sweetheart. We were kind of worried about like how easy it would be to get a painting done of him or like a good photo of him, specifically because he is all black and it's easy for like his eyes to totally disappear in paintings of him. But we got a good one, and it's gonna be real cute. So the photo, or there's a lot of glare on the painting, and as I'm like trying to take a picture of it, it's really hard to get it without glare. I usually am not super worried about that for these kind of like comparison shots though. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. As long as I have a general sense of how the two drawings compare to one another, it's okay if I can't see some of the detail because of glare. It's really only for like posting to social media or getting images to clients where I'm like really concerned with glare issues. I'm just trying to get my crop perfect on here. Or at least, like, as close to perfect as I can get on my phone, because I find that it's usually a little bit easier to do on my phone than Photoshop, weirdly enough. Okay. It's pretty good. Okay, the tongue. That looks, yeah, I think you're right. I think that's like permanent magenta, terra rosa, and white. And probably a little bit of transparent oxide brown, just so that it's not super vibrant. So I think I mentioned this yesterday, but for all of these, what's going to happen is when I make the final videos of them, you're going to see footage that was recorded before the live streams, and then there's probably going to be like a cut, and I'm going to direct people to like go check out the live stream if you want to see what happened between here and here, and then there's going to be more just like regular footage. So there will be a painting of Booger, like a video that goes up of him, and you'll be able to see how I painted the tongue. And I think it did start more vibrant, and I realized I needed to tone it down. What does a blue Great Dane look like? Oh, they kind of look like Weimaraners. I'm not sure if I'm saying that right. They're so cute. It's a pretty color. I bet that would make for a really good painting. Like, I just literally did a Google image search of blue Great Dane, and they reflect so many pretty colors. Especially if you got pictures of them outside. Okay. So, I have my photo of the painting. I sent it over to my computer. I'm on a Mac, so the first thing I'm going to do is disable night shift, which warms my computer monitor up, which is like great for everyday use. As soon as I'm done in the studio, I re-enable night shift because I think it is really helpful. But for painting, like I really want the colors to look as accurate as they can. So I'm just now gonna put the photo of the painting in here. Okay, so this is looking pretty good. I definitely have, I think Millie had one more sitting or session that I have not yet had with Booger. So I'm gonna be doing a whole lot more like drawing corrections on this one than the first one. Let me get my chat window back front and center here. They look like they're being dipped in sugar. That's an awesome description. Yeah, you're totally right about the white. So here's what I was thinking when painting that. He does have like some gray under his jaw. And I knew I was going to paint it. And I wanted some indicator of where it would go. So what I did was I just erased back to the white of the canvas, and I can like build the darkness back up from there. So you're totally right. Like right now it is very distracting. And it's just going to be something I kind of adjust as we go here. So, oh goodness. All right. I have so many more things to work on than I did for Millie. Thankfully, like, I'd say a lot of it does look really good. So it's not like I'm starting from nothing. I'd say like maybe half the drawing is exactly the way it should be. I need a little brush. I choose you. Okay, I need to... Oh goodness, my computer is freaking out. Okay. Okay. Okay, so my stream is still good. Photoshop is kind of freaking out on me, and I do not want to force quit it unless I have to. But I know my computer's gonna like slowly start to lose its mind, and the stream might kind of get messed up. So let's see. How many applications can I quit? Okay. Yeah, I just need to force quit Photoshop. Darn it. See if my computer will calm down a little bit before I reopen it. I definitely did not spec this computer for this purpose of like running HD video live, having a second, webcam feed, having the microphone, running Photoshop. My fans are going crazy. Like my literal computer fans, not like you guys. We're just pals. That's different. All right, Photoshop. Of course, because I had to force quit Photoshop, I now have to like reset up my image, which is like a little annoying. Okay. All right. So, all right. So I was making corrections to his nose. And I have my little baby brush. Yeah, so as you can see, I like really didn't have that shape right of like actually how wide his nose really is. Okay. That already is looking better. His tongue generally is doing what it ought to be. But I am just gonna make one correction here. So his tongue is curling a little bit, like in his teeth. Wow. Sorry, I'm just kind of like seeing all these little things that I didn't see before I stopped last time. Like last time I was like, yeah, I think the drawing is there. Like I can take a break. it turns out I really did need to take a break because I could not see a lot of things that I still needed to do on here. So his tongue overall is like quite a bit skinnier. And it's not that long either. Okay. So the things that I can see, just to kind of give you guys like a list of what's going to happen. Right now, I'm focusing on getting the shape of the tongue correct. There's also a value change I need to make on the bottom of his tongue that's going to be pretty blocky, but I think will nonetheless be helpful. I'm expanding his nose out to the left to make it the right width. And this like whole leg down here needs to be a lot bigger than it is. And I think those are the things I'm going to focus on for right now. The rest of the painting is looking like pretty okay. But I'm sure there's going to be a lot more that I see as I go. And I think unlike Millie, where like the drawing looked pretty good, and so I could kind of just like go at my leisure and like really just take a photo like one time or maybe two. This one I think I'm going to have to be taking pictures pretty constantly to see where I'm at and what I need to continue to change. As far as, Scott, your watercolor question. Holding the brush near the end. Okay. Okay, so one thing I think is helpful is, where are my other brushes? Alright, so I have two brushes here. Let's see if you can, okay, yeah, now you can actually see both of them. Short handle and long handle, and this one even, like, it's a pretty small brush, so it's not even as long as many of the other ones I have. It's really awkward to hold these short guys at the end. So if you do still have short handle brushes, I think it's going to be hard to get in that habit. Now, this guy, he's super duper light, and it just feels a lot more natural to me as a result to hold back here. Or at least there's a lot less resistance to doing that if you are already in the habit. That much I will say. Okay, so like real talk, there's still a lot that I could be doing as far as that habit goes. For instance, okay, so in a workshop with Daniel Keyes, he said that he actually stopped standing when painting because when he stood, he'd like get super in there. Whereas if he like was in a chair that did not have wheels on it and he put the chair as far away as he could comfortably work, he would be forced to hold his whole arm out. So by having a chair with wheels right now, I definitely like find myself kind of like here. Like I'm not all the way on the painting, but I'm not really in the posture that I should be ideally. But thinking about it that way could help you. And I don't think there's like a magic bullet, like suddenly you just have the right posture. I think it's just something that you're gonna have to like continually remind yourself of. I know yesterday Carol was in the stream with me and she said that she has like a question she asks herself that I ask myself too, which is what would Daniel do? Like what would Daniel Keyes do when he's painting? And I think like unconsciously I ask myself that like somewhat regularly when I'm working. Just because I don't know, it could be anything from like, okay, I didn't really like that brush stroke, or that was kind of like tentative, like what would Daniel have done there? And I think the more you can kind of ask yourself that kind of question, the more likely you're going to be to answer with like, well, he wouldn't have been holding the brush down here. He would have like backed up a little bit, and he probably would have put more paint on the brush, and he probably would have found out a way to like make the entire mark in one go and not have to fuss with it. So I wish I had like a more distinctive, like, yes, if you just use this one trick, like suddenly you remember to hold the brush from the back. But it does keep getting better, and I'm sure, like, as much as, you know, I'm like harping on my own posture, I'm sure it will continue to get better too. Yes, definitely use your wheelchair back, and I really like that idea of writing yourself a note on your easel. There's like several that I should be writing myself. Like one is like back up, and the other is are you squinting, and the third would probably be what would Daniel do? Or you could ask what would Richard do, or what would Sergeant do? Also, very nice questions to ask. I also, so like my prescription makes this ideal. I have like a pretty weak prescription, but I also can't like squint to like force my eyes to see and focus. So if I take my glasses off, I get a pretty natural blur. I find it's really helpful for painting from life. And it's like less strenuous than squinting because I don't have to force my eyes to make it happen. I have much better habits when I paint from life, actually. Like, for a lot of commissions, I really don't have a choice. But I think it's like a give and play, or is that even a phrase? You could tell I've like been streaming for a while. Where like you want to find this balance of like, how can I work really efficiently, but like also how can I work in a way that keeps me a little bit uncomfortable and keeps like pushing me to have better habits, to develop my eye more, to, you know, have more confident brushwork. Okay. Booger. YouTube's gonna transcribe this video and be like, why is she saying booger over and over again? So, I want to go ahead and correct the size of that leg. His coat is pretty interesting. I mean, objectively it's black, but in terms of like colors I'm gonna have to mix to paint it, it's actually like more blue than it is brown. And there's a good bit of like, it's really more of a gray. But it makes it a little tricky to see, I'm not gonna lie. I think if I really had like an optimal setup, I would set up my stream so that you could simultaneously see my palette and my easel. I bet that would be like pretty helpful. But I'm not exactly sure the best way to do that. Oh gosh, he looks so much bigger when I make that correction. So earlier I kind of told you what the main colors I was using on my palette for Millie. For Booger, I'm using a ton of transparent oxide brown and ultramarine blue. That's how I'm getting like all of the black variations. A little bit of permanent magenta. If the blues do pull a little bit more purple, for sure. I have Viridian in the background and some transparent oxide red in the background and in his beard. And then Terra Rosa in that tongue. So I really don't like rely on the cadmiums much unless I'm painting like roses or any kind of flower, really. I'm trying to think of what else I might use those really bright colors for. Anything that's like a plant. Or if I had a model one day who was like wearing a bright yellow or orange top, maybe. Oof. Okay. So his nose comes up just, or muzzle, I guess, comes up just a little bit higher. Oh, these were not noob questions at all. Thank you for hanging out with me on the stream, Scott. Seriously. Painting daffodils sounds amazing. Definitely like comment in one of the live streams and like link me to your I don't know, whenever you finish the painting and you put it on Instagram, link me to it because I want to hear how it goes. I painted daffodils with Daniel. I like enjoyed painting them, but it was like really hard for me to get like a composition I liked with them. Like it was really hard. So I'm very I'm eager to see how you do because I bet you'll have a more fun time painting them than I did. And I hope you get some good sleep. Rest up. Okay. Tomislav, let me check out your comment here. Okay, so I think I kind of half understand your question. So if you, I'm gonna like answer what I can, and if you need to elaborate so that I can answer the rest, definitely like comment while I'm sitting here talking. So as far as like the best distance to control your work, as far as posture goes, like I would definitely position yourself so that your distance from your painting is the length of your brush plus the length of your arm. And I would put the part of your painting that you're working on at eye level. So you want everything to be totally ergonomic. Like you don't want to be, like part of the suboptimal thing about my setup is that my easel is sitting on a table. So it's a little bit lower than it ought to be really. Now, as far as like getting the optimal distance in order to like kind of see what you're doing, again, this is a place for my like do as I say, not as I do. And you'll definitely see this change when I bring the big easel back into the studio to work on larger pieces, for sure. What's gonna happen is with those pieces, I'm gonna be sitting on a stool instead of my like wheelie chair, and I'm gonna have to back up. And I'm gonna have to back up a whole lot. I'm really good about like having good posture and getting a good distance from my painting in workshops, like where my setup is done for me, or I have the flexibility to make a painting setup from scratch. In my own studio, though, I don't have... I kind of just like stuck in this routine a little bit, to be perfectly honest. I could set up this easel like on a tripod and it would be fine. Like I could treat it just like a workshop. But that all being said, this will be fixed when I can't work on this tabletop. And what I'm trying to get around to, and I'm talking in circles about, is what you should be able to do is have that like full, distance, arm length plus brush length between you and your image. And then when you back up, the optimal distance is 8 feet. So if you have a studio that's 8 feet deep or 8 feet long, that's how you're going to want to set everything up. And that way you can really tell like what's working at a distance. I kind of have ways around this a little bit. For instance, I can see like the thumbnail of my painting on my computer. And the thumbnail kind of does the same thing as being at a distance. It makes it really small, it compresses a lot of detail, and it tells me if the overall composition is reading well or not. I don't think that's a substitute for backing up, though. So, take that as you will. I hope that answered your question, though. If I misunderstood or only was kind of answering half the question, let me know in the comments and I'll elaborate for you. My mom was asking me if my roommate is watching the debate, and I asked her if she was watching my live stream. Alright, I can't believe we've only been on here for like 2.5 hours. I've heard of people doing like 24-hour streams before, and I genuinely do not know how they do that. I tend to get like a lot of energy from demoing and like painting in front of people, but at the same time it like wipes me out so much faster. Okay, booger. I'm jumping back into Photoshop here, and I'm gonna make an adjustment on his tongue, and then I'm gonna start adding in detail on his nose, and we'll just kind of see where it goes from there. Just like I mentioned before, this tongue mixture is Terra Rosa and white. I'm going to see how vibrant it is relative to the image. If it's not quite vibrant enough, I'm going to switch to permanent rose, is being the main color I'm diluting, or at least put some into the equation. So this is a situation where it's hard for me to tell on my photo how best to simplify what I'm seeing. So I do find myself like squinting. I sometimes also purposefully put a blur on my image in Photoshop, which I think helps a lot. All right, tentatively putting in nostrils. Finding the exact right place is harder than I thought it would be. Because everything is just so dark right now. It's hard to kind of pick a landmark. Do you guys want like a quick diversion to check out my cat who is hanging out in a cat trap that I stationed beside my work desk? Because it's pretty cute. Oh no, she escaped the cat trap. Well, we'll get a quick look at her anyway. Boomer! Yes, you! That was the cat trap. It is a Costco box. You not gonna hang out? No hanging out for you? Okay. Well, thanks for stopping by. Oh, gotcha. So for the portrait of your son that you were drawing, were you doing it on an easel? The reason I ask is I tend to draw like with something in my lap, whether it's a sketchbook or like a drawing board. So if you're doing that, there's a good chance that you're falling victim to the same thing that used to happen to me, which is, let me make sure that you can kind of see how I'm gesturing. So like I know this is higher up, but I want you to be able to see in the webcam window what I'm talking about. If you're resting your drawing like here, you're going to view it at a parallax, which means when you put it on a wall, suddenly that whole image is going to like compress and the proportions are going to look all wrong. The same thing happens if you're working at an easel. Instead of having the front of the easel being perfectly, let's see, you can see a little bit better here, perfectly perpendicular to the ground, if you lean it away from you, the same thing is going to happen. I know it looks like the angle of my easel looks like it's kind of tilting a weird way, just because of how the camera is, but truthfully, like it is straight up and down. And ideally it would be at my eye level and straight up and down. So if you're finding like errors creeping in specifically to a drawing, I would make sure that your setup is setting you up for success, for lack of a better phrase. And then from there, once you've solved any like parallax issues from your drawing being at not a perpendicular angle, from there I would say create a way that you can back up really often. I imagine that errors are creeping in for that reason. My cat is really excited that my roommate has come down because she thinks maybe, just maybe, he's here to play with the laser pointer. But that is not why he has come down. And our laser pointer is broken.
That's the real emergency supply.
I know, we need an emergency laser replacement.
When I do it for a shorter Amazon, I'll include it for you.
Thank you for thinking of her. And I have a client texting me, and I'm going to text her back real quick. Okay, yay. All right. I feel like I keep saying that. Like, I'm trying to convince myself to, like, okay, see all the things you need to see in the painting. Be productive. All right. Oh, and Boomer's back in the cat trap. Look at that. The cat traps are working. So he has kind of like a eyebrow situation up here. It's gonna help him emote just a little bit more. And then he does have the same thing happening on the other side, but it's like, it's in the light, so it's not really doing as much visually. Yeah, I think Booger is going to be kind of tricky because he has so much variation in his coat. In fact, what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to blur the photo just to kind of simplify all the details. I don't want to get that bogged down. And I can definitely sense that happening. You know, I need to think of all the complexity of his coat is happening in big, bold shapes, and I'm not gonna do that if I can see every little curly cue of his coat coming through. So let's introduce some light back into the painting, shall we? As I mentioned before, like this entire painting is going to be shades of gray, pretty much. So, I'm just going to go ahead and get like a big ol' gray pile started. That is about the right color. Maybe go a touch lighter, I think. We tend to see local contrast more than we see like absolute color accuracy. So I'm trying to be a little bit skeptical when my instinct tells me that the contrast needs to be higher for whatever reason. I mentioned this yesterday while I was working on the portrait, but I'm gonna put highlights in his eyes. Technically, it's too soon to do it, but I want to do it as an indicator of how accurate the drawing is. His eyes are so dark that the only landmark that's gonna like really help me see if I'm accurate is these, like this little light accent on there. That's the only thing that's gonna really show up when I kind of put my image in Photoshop. So it looks like here is where that first highlight is gonna be. And then the highlight on the other eye is actually like super dark. Might not even be worth it to put in, but I'm certainly going to make an attempt. And thankfully, okay, awesome. I had a little area of lightness in here, and it turns out it was in the right place. So even though like chances are those little highlights I put in will get covered up, it's still super helpful that I kind of got them in, and I can like really tell for certain that the eyes are in the right place and that the proportions are starting to kind of come together. One thing that I think is like definitely becoming clear in this painting versus the one of the golden retriever Millie is that with Millie, I could kind of spend my time focusing on like mixing the right color. And it's because the drawing was at a place I was happy with. Whereas with Booger, I'm spending a lot of time like just, I have a whole lot of black and I'm using that black to refine the drawing. It's not to say that like I'm drawing with the color black, but like there's so many shadows, and I'm using those shadows to continue to refine everything else. part of me wants to go in and like darken the background around him because that's what I have in my photo. But the thing that I haven't really established yet is whether I really want the background to have that much contrast. So the last thing I want to do is go in and put in a ton of dark opaque paint, and then maybe decide, or if I decide later that I want to do something cool with transparent paint, I'm kind of out of luck. So I'm gonna keep it light for now, and just focus on him. Because if he's looking good, the background it's gonna work. And that was one of the big lessons from yesterday on the portrait of the little girl. Reading your comments about cats being nervous. Yeah, Boomer's definitely like more wary than a dog is, but she's pretty outgoing for a cat. She doesn't usually hang out with me in the studio because I don't have any like cat beds for her in here. So she's always like 10 feet away in the living room where I do have her cat beds. I'm glad that explanation on distance helped. There's definitely like a lot of different factors that can go in there. So I hope that was helpful, and I hope that you can either use that to correct your drawing or use that next time to make a drawing that hopefully comes along a little bit easier for you. What is the most important thing when drawing or painting a portrait? Do you care if it looks like it sounds like you're kind of asking, like, does it matter if it looks like the person that it's of, if I understand you correctly. I do think the most important thing when drawing a portrait is the likeness. I think the second most important thing, it kind of depends on how you break it down, right? So you could think of the likeness as being an accurate drawing. And if you are thinking of it that way, it might make sense for you to think of like accurate values as being the next thing that should really happen for an accurate portrait, because you are describing something that has a very definite form, and having accurate values is going to help that translate really well. But I think beyond like accurate drawing of the likeness, I find it really helpful to have certain experience under my belt regarding like what is flattering. So, and this is just from making a lot of bad paintings. Like, I don't paint people who are smiling. At least not like a big toothy smile. There's like a rare exception to that where it's like really the only pose that kind of makes sense for that person's personality. But like in general, like anything that like really accentuates lines on your face, like smiling, is like really hard to make flattering in a painting. Really, really hard. Similarly, there are just tiny, tiny details like this little corner of your mouth. How you paint that also like goes a really long way toward like, do you look older or younger, or what other things are there? Anything that would create a hard line is a big one. So you'll find a lot of the time when you can see an image of like a really, really accurate drawing or painting of a person's face versus like the actual most of them are from life, but if they ever do take a picture of the model in the exact right pose, I find that they tend to edit out a lot of details. So like a lot of people edit out this like crease right here, especially in like children or women. Similarly, if you look at Sargent's paintings, he just like deleted women's collarbones. I think he wanted something like simpler. He wanted like a bigger, bolder shape. I'm trying to think of any other kind of like tricks I've learned from experience that are like that. I'm not coming up with anything like right off the top of my head, but there are just little things I've learned to downplay when painting someone's face that I think help out a whole lot. It's a really good question, though. I'll try and kind of keep that at the back of my head and maybe keep a running list of things like that. Because I think it'd be cool to help people like overcome those issues without necessarily having to paint 10,000 portraits first. Yeah, so I had a really big portrait project actually, where capturing the personality made a really big difference. I was painting an entire family worth of grandchildren. There were 14 children total, and in each one had their own portrait. And a big part of it was sitting down with my collector, with my patron, and she would tell me for every single child, here is what we want the photo to capture, and then what you want to be thinking about as you translate that photo to a painting. So I was the one that took all the pictures of them, and depending on the personality, we would get different poses, different facial expressions, because it was really important to her that each grandchild, it be just as much about like what do they look like as, you know, what are they like. If I'm painting a portrait that is not a commission, where I've like hired a model, that becomes less important. It becomes more about like what character can the model play, and maybe that character like has a great deal in common with the model, and maybe it doesn't. But for them, it's usually about finding a look that I think tells a story. And whether or not that story is their own kind of depends on the model. So yeah, I think there's like a spectrum. There's like a continuum there of how much that matters. And I think it has less to do with like the painting part as it does the composing part. Generally speaking, by the time I've composed the image, the only thing I can do is focus on how to translate that image to a painting. You know, I can't, it's not my forte, and I don't think the forte of many painters to be able to take a photo and just totally change someone's facial expression, for instance. Because maybe the facial expression wasn't totally in keeping with their character or something. So that's the time where I think it makes a lot of sense to, oh gosh, I can tell it's late. It makes the most sense for me to think about that question of character and capturing someone's personality when I am posing them and when I am like gathering reference. Oh, thank you. Yeah. So this is actually my second portrait of this little girl. The first one is it's the YouTube video I have on how I became a full-time artist, and I'm working on like this big 30 by 40 inch painting. That one was actually a candid that I caught while taking a photo for a commission of her. And it's funny because I really love this image that I'm painting from right now that you saw yesterday. And I kind of assumed, I think there's usually like a pretty big gap between what I'm drawn to as an artist versus what someone wants in a portrait. For instance, like the painting of her in the chair playing with her dress, like her hair is covering her face. You can't see that it's her. So for like a portrait commission, not many people would want that. But as a painting, a lot of people would want that. So similarly with this painting I'm working on now of her sitting in the chair and like kind of looking across the arm of the chair and looking curious, I think it's I was surprised because it was probably my favorite one of her face. And so when her mom told me that that's the one that she wanted to go with, I was really excited. And it was an interesting photo shoot, you know. I'd say I maybe had like 5 good poses, but then 40 shots because she was moving so quickly, like squirming and kind of subtly changing her expression. And both of the 2 really good photos I got were somewhat candid. Like she didn't think I was going to take a picture in that moment. There were a lot of like very posed pictures that I kind of had to get through to get that one. And these were sort of her like in her own world that I just happened to step into with my camera. In this case, it helps that like I know the girl in question, and I actually had suggested to my client, like I think we should go ahead and paint her portrait now because she's at this perfect age where she's like not quite a teenager yet. You know, we get to like capture the childlike beauty. So I knew before I even like went over to start on that project, I knew it was going to be really, really beautiful. I already kind of had a vision of what I wanted to capture in her face and her expression. And I worked with her mom on like picking out a dress that would be really pretty. We talked about different places that she could pose. And it was really just a question of like working with her enough that I could get these more natural moments that I think it's really hard for like, you know, a 9 or 10-year-old to give you. And it's like I've painted children who are younger, and you can have a whole army of family members and people trying to kind of just get them to like loosen up and give you the pose you want, because it's like acting. It's, you know, it's a skill, and it can be really tricky for little kids. So that was a very long-winded answer to your very good question. I hope I actually spoke to it. Okay, speaking of which, I think part of the reason I've slowed down on this, on Booger here, is that I just can't quite see him very well right now. So talking about this portrait, now I want to actually do some work on it. So I'm going to swap out here. Probably going to need to adjust my camera a little bit. Yeah, okay. What do you mean when you say light things? I'm gonna kind of guess what you mean until like I see something else come up in the chat. Oh, so I was really afraid of like taking pictures for portraits for a long time, because I thought the lighting had to be super complicated and that I wouldn't be able to do it very well. And it turned out to be a lot simpler than I thought it would be. I've taken a lot of photos with someone just like sitting in a north light window, you know, during like strong daylight hours, like maybe around noon or something. I've also gotten like pretty cheap soft boxes from Amazon that are cool light or like north light soft boxes. And they really don't cost much money at all, and they do a really good job. So like this portrait, the day I took this, it was like pouring outside, and I had her facing a window, but like she was actually facing a softbox, and that was really helpful too. I will say, just like earlier, I was saying it's helpful to paint with a cool studio light. The best way you can kind of make everything work together really well is to have your sitter also sitting under a cool light. I've seen like one Richard Schmid painting where he painted a model with warm light. It's a very different look. It's kind of interesting. But in general, like the more you add white, the more you get like lighter in value on your painting, the cooler it's going to look. So it's just kind of helpful to have a cool light on your subject. And it doesn't have to be any kind of fancy light. Before I just got my soft boxes, like I had talked to artists who were like, oh, you have to get a halogen because it's like the full light spectrum, and then you put a north light filter on top of the halogen, and that's how it's going to look like north light. Then I went to a Daniel Keyes workshop who has beautiful lighting in his paintings, and I asked if he was using any special lighting, and he's like, nope, it's just a soft box I got off Amazon. So that kind of ended that. Like, I really thought I had to have super fancy equipment, and it really wasn't the case. And I'm sure that I still have a lot to learn as far as like how I can better compose my subject and, you know, put the lighting on them in a way that's even more flattering. Thankfully, I think it's a lot less complex than like what photographers do, where, you know, you have like a flood and a fill and like backlighting and all this stuff. In my experience, something that would make for a good like life drawing session will also make for a good photo to paint from. So just single light, make it cool, you know, put your model on an interesting chair and in an interesting outfit, and yeah, it'll probably look really good. All right. I'm going to go ahead and get a photo here. Like last time, there's like definitely glare on this. I'm not worried about it. I find I really like using the comparison of taking a photo and putting it in Photoshop. I like using that for the drawing. I don't like using it for color. And the reason is just a camera's not going to capture the color well anyway. So as long as I can be confident about the drawing, I can probably, you know, confidently go forward regardless. Oh, and you were very welcome. I hope, yeah, I hope all that's helpful. All right, so I'm just sending my snapshot over to Photoshop. I'm also gonna learn from my lesson before, and I'm gonna close out of my other file and save it. So that if Photoshop crashes, I am prepared. So one thing I'm going to have to deal with on this painting that I'm not super excited about is, I don't know if you're familiar with Schmidt's color charts, but the basic idea is like, well, I'll just grab a color chart. We'll have like a show and tell, which will make this much easier. One second. Okay. So I've grabbed a few color charts. These are like all my cadmiums, I think. Let's make sure that I can show this to you in a way that you can kind of see the whole chart. So this is for cadmium lemon. And the idea is that you start with your cad lemon and you go across the chart adding every other color from your palette into the cad lemon, with the cad lemon still being dominant. So this is lemon plus yellow pale plus cadmium orange, lemon plus cad red, lemon plus alizarin permanent, lemon plus transparent oxide red, all the way down. And then you gradate them all to like a value 1, basically. And the idea is like it helps you understand color mixing, but it also helps you really understand the capabilities and the limitations of your palette. Beyond that, though, they're really helpful for understanding how to create color harmony in a painting. And so Richard would actually like intentionally compose paintings that would align with a certain color chart. So like, let's say, yeah, this first chart here would be great for like if he wanted to paint a whole bunch of citrus. So he would probably only pick out citrus for this painting. Or is this my cad red chart? This one might only be for like roses. And the idea is that like any color in the painting should be found on this chart. Or conversely, like let's say there was like a viridian accent on here. Well, here's like the viridian portion of this chart. It's still red because this is supposed to be cad red dominant here. So if he did want like an actual green accent, he would go to the viridian chart and then look for the cad red column. And like, so the idea is if you have a painting with like really good color harmony, there's a dominant color that should probably be mixed into every color that you put on the painting. I have not done that in this painting. I think the dominant color here is probably viridian. I'm about to sneeze. Excuse me. Thankfully no one's here to like get sick. Not that I am sick, but still. But in my photo, all of these like pink and red tones are a lot more subdued, and I'm gonna have to work that green in somehow. So like today I'm probably gonna like look quite a bit at the drawing and like make sure I'm still really happy with the drawing, and then probably start making some adjustments to the color. I'm gonna go ahead and put away my color charts. Although I do kind of wonder, like, if there is a color chart that I think matches this really well. Literally bringing over my other color charts to kind of, oh dear, glad I didn't knock over my camera. Looking at other color charts to see which one I think like best harmonizes this. Definitely not my alizarin permanent chart. Okay, and to be clear, this is to harmonize with the photo, which you cannot see, so it's not going to perfectly match up with, this is transparent oxide red. So far, I like transparent oxide brown the best. This is transparent oxide yellow, which is not really a dominant color in my particular palette. I'd say this is probably closest to yellow ochre. Okay, definitely not Viridian. And then it's definitely not any of the blues. So, I think it's somewhere between like yellow ochre, terra rosa, and viridian are probably like the dominant colors in this color harmony, but that's not really how it works. Like I have to pick one color. But anyway, this is all to say that I'm probably, if I'm feeling good about the drawing today, I'm probably going to start to make some pretty serious adjustments to the color. Kind of want to redo the charts now because, let's see, I think that's like an 11 color chart. Let's see, I have 13 like core colors. That's taking out 2. I don't even know if I had to take something out of that. Be like cad lemon, cad yellow pale, cad orange, cad red, permanent rose, permanent magenta, transparent oxide red, transparent oxide brown, terra rosa, yellow ochre pale, viridian ultramarine blue deep. That might be the right number. I'm trying to find the Color Frontier. Color Frontier made the little what am I trying to say? The little grids that those were painted on. Oh well. Okay. I'm not gonna get distracted. We're gonna paint. We're gonna paint. Let me adjust the camera. Similarly, find it a little bit annoying that she doesn't look upright. That looks a little better. Yeah. Then. Okay, cool. Yay. Interestingly, on my monitor, she looks super duper pink, which is honestly kind of how she looks in person. But then when I look at the stream, the colors are much closer to the photograph and how it's supposed to look. So, go figure. Alrighty. So I have my image in Photoshop and I'm just gonna Alright, drawing is looking good. I'm getting some glare in her eyes and then the top of her head when I took the picture, which makes it a little bit hard to judge like how well those areas are working, but like overall pretty good. Right off the bat, I see some things happening with her mouth that I can improve upon. So that's what I'm going to start with, even though it's somewhat small. I'm really hesitant to just like put in a whole new flesh tone. That makes me pretty nervous. So I kind of want to handle it like one section at a time, I think. So for this, I'm going to be going in and like darkening the lower part of her lower lip, and I'm starting predominantly with some Terra Rosa. Grabbing like a little bit of permanent magenta, because the Terra Rosa is not quite as like violet as I'm seeing in her lip color here. So what seemed important about making this correction is that this lower part of her lip is actually the same value as the shadow that's below it, which helps it just feel a little bit more subtle. And already I think that looks more lifelike. So I'm pleased with that adjustment. Interestingly, this little portion of flesh tone, like above her mouth, has a little bit of that green that I want in there. So I'm wondering if I can slowly start to just look at this area and bump up that, you know, kind of more neutral balance. I do not white balance in Photoshop when I'm putting in these like photos of the paintings. Now, if I'm like choosing a photograph to paint, I almost always do make adjustments in Photoshop or Lightroom. As far as like white balance goes, I would make that adjustment in Lightroom. And then in Photoshop, I usually do like more substantial structural changes to the piece, like I will do content aware fills if I need to like remove something from the painting or the photo, or if I need to like expand it past the original frame of the photo. So that's what I typically use Photoshop for. When I'm putting in like a photo of a painting to compare, I don't do any white balance adjustments because I already assume the color is going to be so off. Oh, thank you. Thank you, James. I appreciate that. It's definitely, like, it's a little intense. And I think if I can tone it down just a little bit, you're still going to get that, like, warm glow of her complexion, but it's just going to feel, it's going to feel more cohesive. Like, right now, it's, like, green, gold, pink, gold. And I want to control that a little bit more. I want to, like, really guide the viewer's eye, and if I'm being too aggressive with the color, it's gonna be hard. Okay, so yesterday I said that I usually wait and I wash brushes at the end. And it's I don't know if that's a good habit or a bad one. Bad in that I rack up a huge number of brushes. Good in that, you know, anytime you wash the brush, you're getting some mineral spirits in there, which might not be great. And if you don't clean it really well, you could be getting old paint in there, paint that's the wrong color. So, but I'm running out of brushes, so I'm gonna clean the ones I have. I like this color that I mixed down here, and I want to use more of it. I'm seeing the predominant color there as being yellow ochre. And I'm gonna grab some transparent oxide brown. It's actually, like, pretty darn close. I'm gonna grab a touch of Terra Rosa just because I'm afraid it might be not quite warm enough to gel with everything else we have here. One thing I really need to be careful of with this, though, is that, yes, I'm introducing more green to, like, tone this down, but the last thing I want to have happen is for her complexion to look green, because that tends to look like a 5 o'clock shadow, which would obviously not work on this painting. So just trying to be kind of careful. I'm going to try and work this color into some of the surrounding colors by introducing a little bit of magenta and ultramarine into this mixture. Because I get more toward this part of her nose, it's less green and it's more of a purpley shadow. Oof. Okay, that's somewhat working, but now, like, the underside of her nose looks really weird because it's suddenly catching light in a way that nothing else around it is, so I'm just, like, dry brushing a little bit of that on so that it seems a little bit less cray-cray. I'm not, like, loving how this looks, but I also am kind of just trusting, like, if I took it too far, I can fix it. But right now it's, like, the only green thing in a big, like, pink area. So I know on some level I'm just going to have to sit with that discomfort for a little while I continue to make these adjustments. I'm just kind of testing right now. Like, I'm being super tentative, which, like, I don't love, but I think it's also kind of natural. And I suspect that my color harmony here is probably yellow ochre. It gives me enough leeway on either side to have some like Terra Rosa in there. But yellow ochre is also dominant in the background as well as like the chair. I don't know. There's this area under her eye that's like absolutely a little bit more yellow. And I'm just like not able to judge it super well. And of course it's because there's nothing around it that's the right color. Everything else around it is like very pink. So with that yellow in and nothing else, it's just gonna look a little weird, I think. Oh, this kills me. Even now, this highlight is still too far to the right. But that's okay. That is a pretty darn easy adjustment in the grand scheme of things. It's just like moderately annoying. Alright, I think I have like a kind of low stakes way to start like really changing the color pretty rapidly. And that is that I'm going to paint her hair. It's definitely in like a block-in stage. Which kind of means it's like the perfect opportunity, perfect time, something. So to start, I'm kind of like making two piles that merge together like a Venn diagram. One is like a pretty green ochre, and the other is an ochre that has a whole lot of transparent oxide red put in there, because her hair is like a strawberry blonde, and like blonde hair, man, there's a lot of color in it. There are places in her hair that are almost straight transparent oxide brown. And then there are places that are straight gold. There are places that are almost like a cadmium orange. There's just a lot happening. So as I kind of paint up, I think like a base hair color, I'm making sure it's not flat, that I already have some like range built into this. Okay, so that's dark. So that's some of the more like green ochre. And then I'm gonna get some of the transparent oxide brown mixture here. And that's gonna go like lower in her hair. And I'm still like kind of scumbling this in as if it's a block in, because honestly I'm just trying to get coverage really quickly to see if I'm on the right path. Already I think the value is looking better. And then up here, as we get back up toward the top, I'm going back to that like warmer, more gold mixture. And then I just want to introduce some of that greenish color into the other side. I just realized that a lot of that you can't see because you're not like zoomed out enough to watch me paint her hair, but I hope I hope that was like helpful regardless, even though there were little bits of it you couldn't actually see me doing. And then I'm still making drawing corrections as far as like the silhouette of her head. So here I go, doing even more of those. And okay, so edges. Her head is curving away from us, which is going to naturally produce a softer edge. And then its hair, which is like wispy, which creates its own softness as far as the edge goes. So what I really like want to have happen here is I should have, like, it shouldn't quite be clear where the edge of her head is, I think is what I'm trying to say. So I'm just kind of going in here and like softening this just a little bit, and that should help that roundness feel real. I just see a place in the background that I can go ahead and kind of make a correction to. I like the idea of that being lighter, so normally with the background I try and let lightness happen through transparency, but there's times, especially if you're not quite done with the painting and you have time to let some white paint dry, you can put down a really light color and then like take a second stab at that transparency. So that's kind of what I'm gonna do. I'm like trying to get the color pretty close, but like it doesn't have to be perfect. Similarly, that little thing went too far, so I'm gonna just kind of like help him disappear. Similarly, I think, okay, you can't quite see up this far. There's a lot of glare toward the top of the painting, so I'm just going over it with like a little bit of my Gamsol to help me like actually see what's happening. I'm just sort of taking a breather here for a second. If you guys have questions or anything, now's like definitely a good time to ask. It helps me talking to you guys. As far as staying relaxed goes, like seriously, it makes a big difference. Yeah. There's definitely things where I'm not relaxed when painting. Still life is a good example. I have like an existential panic every time I paint a still life. So I can relate. I think there are always subjects where you're going to feel more relaxed than others. So, like for me, I'm probably always going to feel pretty relaxed painting a portrait unless, like, I don't know, I'm standing in front of a crowd of 1,000 people and it's going terribly. But in workshops where I am painting a subject that's deliberately hard, that I know I'm not good at, or that's not my forte, I should say, yeah, I definitely do feel more nervous. And I think that's kind of just inevitable. Like, I think unless you're Richard Schmid and, like, you've literally practiced drawing everything, it's hard to get around that. But at the same time, there's probably a subject for you where after a certain amount of time, you're going to have the same level of comfort. I'm gonna make another thing of tea. Give me 1 second. This is kind of great. I'm doing just like a wander around social media for 5 minutes before I resume painting, and clicked onto YouTube. Not that I can like watch a YouTube video at the moment, but it recommended my own live stream to me, which I think is delightful. Okay, let me start brewing. I just want to say that this is what my roommate got so that we wouldn't starve. It's like a 10-pound bag of onions. What are we going to use this for? What do we need this many onions for?
Everybody.
Sorry about that. Oh, goodness. Okay. My tea is almost done brewing. I'm almost done eating this muffin that I made that's not very good, sadly. It is dry. and it was overbaked. Very disappointing. Once I get my tea, I'll resume. Okay, so who do you think is gonna like break down first? The people living alone, the people living with roommates, the people living with spouses, or entire families? Like, who's gonna like snap and like someone's gonna have a breakdown first? All right, tea time. Yeah, that's kind of what I figured too. Like, I know it's gonna be hard with roommates. I think it's like I'm grateful to have other people here. I imagine if it's just someone with a significant other like that, I can kind of picture in my mind. And I'm like, yeah, I could see how you'd be ready to kill one another. I can't even imagine what it would be like for families, because I'm sure there's that element of like stuck alone with your significant other, but also like children who are going stir crazy. Oh, goodness. Okay, have tea. I like to just imagine that, like, It's really the tea and not the social distancing that's going to keep me well. I'm determined. All right. Let's paint. Maybe that's what I should call these streams. Let's paints. You know, like a let's play. Oh yes, Disney Plus. I 100% hear you on that. Do you have kids? Thank you so much for coming on the stream. You kept me wonderful company, and I am immensely grateful for it. I hope you have a very good night's rest. I will be back again tomorrow, probably a good bit earlier than today. Today, to be clear, I'm not like ending the stream. I'm just saying good night to Tomislav there. But yeah, today I had a memorial to go to, and it was probably the last thing I'm gonna leave the house for a pretty long time. So I just had like a pretty late start to the day. Oh goodness. Well, at least like with a 3-year-old Sean, like I bet that's like kind of entertaining. Like maybe easier. I mean, I guess with like a teenager, like they can probably get on social media and entertain themselves. But yeah, I feel like there's like pros and cons. Not that I really know anything about 3-year-olds, but hey, it's making conversation. Okay. Yeah, I think overall I'm like pretty happy with her hair and what's happening here. I'm gonna make like one more adjustment, and then I think I need to move on. So I like this color that's up here, but I think it needs to go up a little bit more, so I need to go ahead and remix that. I think that was just like transparent oxide red, maybe a little bit of Terra Rosa, and it was just translucent. That will not work now, so I'm gonna grab a little bit of yellow ochre to mix into that and just see how it does. Not super. Oh, that's sweet. You guys can color together. I really don't think what I did looks... I don't know. I'm not sure what I accomplished with that. Maybe I think I know what I need to do. Pulling out the big guns. Getting some cat orange. That's what we needed. Okay. That looks kind of like extra right now. Like not the cutest. And I think I'm just gonna have to kind of work into it as we go. I will say one thing I really like about like painting in front of other artists is you guys don't be like Hey, are you gonna fix that thing? No one has asked me that on the stream, and I am deeply grateful for it. So thank you for just kind of like trusting that I'm gonna bring us home. I'm gonna do it. I promise. All right. Overall, those colors are looking better. I know that's like basically still just a block in her hair. But I'm counting it as like movement in the right direction. Next, I want to kind of soften this little area. So, it's really like Minnesota of me. Yeah, I'd say this is like a pretty good brush for that. Oh, and I have to basically just mix a transition color, which I think is going to lean toward Terra Rosa. It's actually like quite hard to see, just in terms of like analyzing the color. I can't quite tell what the correct color is, but that is the name of the game sometimes. One thing I did really like about these images is how there's this light like bouncing back from the chair into this plane that's like goes from her brow into the socket. It's this really pretty like dance of like sort of purple complexion in those areas versus like warm orange highlights. It's funny, that was okay. This is the power of backing up, because I put in like one brush stroke over there, I back up, and I'm suddenly like, oh, that really works. And it didn't require fussing, and it didn't require blending. And I only would have known to like leave that mark alone and move on and be more efficient by backing up and not looking at it too close. Oh. Still just trying to decide what's like a really good candidate for me to work on. What am I pretty certain about? Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you. It's like, you know exactly the kind of compliment that I want. It's like, I think it's one of the hardest things about painting and teaching is like dealing with your own imposter syndrome. There are paintings where I just objectively have better habits. And it's because I'm not afraid to make a looser painting. A portrait is absolutely a painting where I'm afraid to be loose. And so those moments are like rarer and rarer, and there's a part of me that's just like, oh, maybe I should only demo on like non-commissioned paintings, and like maybe I should only demo still life where I'm gonna be looser than a portrait, even though I'm a much stronger portrait painter. So anyway, that is just to say thank you. Tea is delicious. So yeah, just as before, continuing to like bounce back and forth. I see something really small, which is the shape of her nose is not quite right. It like a tiny, tiny adjustment is gonna like get it perfect, basically. Oh goodness! All right. So there's a couple things that are happening. Okay. This is a place where it's difficult not to lean in because I'm working with an incredibly small brush, making incredibly small adjustments. I think in a perfect world, I would have broken out my maul stick for what I'm doing right now. But yeah, I mean, I think that's like a solid approach. It's interesting. I think I tend to start loose and I bring things into focus. One thing that Daniel Key said to me the last time I took a workshop with him was that he sees too many paintings that are abandoned too soon. And I'm not as fast a painter as Daniel. I'm like maybe a quarter of his efficiency. So like he can make a beautiful painting in 1 hour, whereas I need 4 and I need a lot of breaks. But I'm still, generally speaking, a fast painter compared to the people I teach. I guess I'll say that. Goodness. I'm trying to figure out how to explain this. But what Daniel was saying is that even in my case, he wasn't speaking to me specifically, but I thought that it definitely applied, was what should happen. I think I had specifically asked him, actually, like, how do you know when a painting is done? A lot of my paintings are finished because I no longer see errors or differences between the photograph and the painting. I no longer see those differences, or if I do, I like the differences, basically. And that's usually when I stop. And, like, psychologically, that's usually kind of when I'm done with a painting. What Daniel was saying, though, is that what he would recommend is that I push it past that. Because he said that where you learn is where you take it way too tight and then you loosen it back up. And like, that's when you have it. That's when your drawing is going to be 100% there. It's like you've worked out all these problems. And there's nothing to say that if you go too tight that you shouldn't be able to loosen it back up. I mean, there are types of paintings where you really don't want to be building up layers, but like, okay, so just don't do those kinds of paintings for this exercise. So with mine, I tend to wish they were a little bit looser. And I tend to start loose and I tighten until it's done. And I think what has to happen is that I need to see the other side of that, where like I tighten, and then like loosen it back up, and then it's finished. So I hope that anecdote is kind of helpful. I don't think there's like a right or wrong answer as far as like if you start tight and then loosen or vice versa. But I did just think it was really like interesting, and you know, I thought he was going to tell me like just get better and be done faster. And instead his answer was like, spend more time on the painting. Work on a painting you think is not salvageable. And when you save that painting and you push past that point where you think you want to be done, like that's when you're gonna make amazing paintings. I don't think I've seen it yet, but I do have paintings where I absolutely could see that being true. Where I'm like, oh, if I actually kept going, I think that could look better. But in most cases, it's because I think I need to tighten them up, which is weird because I love a loose painting. So I'm sure eventually I'm gonna figure this out and make a video on it. But in the meantime, you definitely get the like inside look at my thought process. Totally. Paint what you see. Then you can paint what you want. All right. So this adjustment, it is like minuscule. That is not the right shape. I'm gonna have to like erase back out because I just couldn't quite steady myself enough. But basically her nose had like a tiny, tiny divot in it. Interestingly now, like suddenly the tip of her nose looks like super bright to me, and like lo and behold, like, yep, it's bright compared to the photo too, and I just couldn't see it before. All right, similarly on her nose, it's a little bit greener than I painted it before. And yes, I find it annoying, but I also think I can do something about it now. That is to say, I think I can see the color accurately enough to make a change. Whereas before, I just kind of knew I needed to make a change, but wasn't sure what change to make. All right, that's too light. Yeah, I think what I might do tomorrow, actually, I have like a lot, or I think I actually have like all of Daniel's downloads. I think I'm going to kind of start my morning by watching him paint. And that's going to be my warm-up. Because I find the more I watch really good painters work, the more I paint like them. And a lot of times I kind of think I've learned the lessons. Like, seen it once, I got it. And then I go and I try and start a painting like they would paint it, and suddenly I'm like, it's like I was thrown in the deep end. So always, I mean, I guess I'm kind of preaching to the choir. Like, you guys are like watching a live stream of someone else paint. So it just goes to show, I think that's super helpful. I'm going to do my own version of that tomorrow before I stream. I do not advise what I'm doing right now. I think I've hit the end of my rope, which is to say I'm like trying to correct and mix on the canvas, so to speak. I mean, I know this is a panel and not a canvas, but yeah, okay, so I've introduced like a little bit more of the correct color. It's definitely in an awkward stage right now where like I have made this change, but I have not sold it yet. It's like half the old complexion and I'm just starting to get in the new complexion, and yeah, there's just no way to get around that awkwardness. But the error I just made, it shows me that my brain is kind of off. And specifically, just to kind of recap what I did, I put down the wrong color, and then I grabbed a color on my brush that I thought would compensate, and I went and I put it right on top of the wrong color I already had down and just started blending on the panel. I think this is a really, really natural impulse. Like, I don't know a single person who, when learning painting, hasn't done this. But I also think kind of like petting a painting, which is, I'll get a clean brush to do this, and I'll do it on a dry part of the painting. But it's where like you literally just keep doing this, and it's like your brain needed to take a little nap, and instead of like, all right, I'm putting down my mark, and that's it. You're like, okay, I'm gonna like feather it in, or like maybe if I touch it 10,000 times, it's gonna blend into everything around it. The bad habit that like I have to work on is this kind of middle ground where I don't do this over and over and over, but I do like feather. And that's how I get paintings that feel tighter than I want them to feel, because everything is super blended, and there's no optical blending where I have two kind of disjointed brush strokes, but it works. So there's kind of a gap between what's my cutoff point versus just like what's a bad habit that I need to work through. Definitely going to be like continuing to work through the habit of like feathering too much with the brush, and trying to just put on more like decisive brush strokes. But the point where I know that my brain is done is where I start blending on the canvas, because I'm not willing to like mix the correct color on the palette. So I'm gonna go ahead and start like cleaning brushes. If you guys have any questions, go ahead and ask them now, and I'll chat while I like clean up my studio. By the way, as far as cleaning brushes goes, I try and start with the cleanest brushes first, so that I am not like contaminating my Gamsol or my paper towel that I use for cleaning. So a lot of the time that means I grab the small brushes first too, but Out of curiosity, how did all of you find my YouTube channel? Oh my god, that's amazing. I'm not one who aspires to be on television, but like, that's pretty cool. Hey, at least we know sneezing isn't part of this virus. All right, for any of you who like get the notification and come hang out with me like first thing when I start up tomorrow, and to be clear, first thing tomorrow means probably noon Eastern, because my sleep schedule is horrible right now. But yeah, for any of you who are on during the start of my stream tomorrow, please remind me that I need to empty slash like pour off my Gamsol, because no, if you can see, hold on, is nasty. Like, it is so filled up with paint that I can't fully clean it. So I have to wait for it to settle so I can pour it off. And it should be settled tomorrow. I'm just worried that I'm going to start painting and like totally forget about it. And then like mix everything up. Ah, okay. So I wonder if your colors on your TV are a little bit more like the colors on the painting itself. I know there's like some compression that happens when it gets like output to YouTube. So I imagine it's probably like still maybe not more colorful, but like it's pretty colorful in person. So yeah, I'm hoping for something much more subdued. And if I had a really good way to like show you my screen, I would show you the reference image, but I don't have a good way to do that right this second. Plus, I'm cleaning my brushes. What okay, so we had someone from the UK, someone from Serbia. Where are you guys tuning in from? I think it's pretty cool because like YouTube analytics tells me my audience is overwhelmingly from the US. But it's really neat that, there are people like all over the world tuning in. Oh, cool. You are not far from me. I am in Raleigh, North Carolina. Nice. Just outside Salt Lake. I remember being impressed by how pretty I thought Salt Lake was, but I think my most notable memory is discovering how big the city blocks are. Before I was painting full time at my previous job, I was in Salt Lake. It's the only time I've ever been there. I was there for a conference, and my job was to handle the CEO's schedule. And it was from the moment he woke up to his final party of the evening, and the parties are all networking events, and my job when we're there is to go and find all the people, all the high ups that he should rub elbows with, and get it so that he can talk to those people, and then we leave and go to the next party. And so we're at the end of this week-long conference. It's grueling days, and we're at the very last party of the very last day, and I'm just exhausted, and I've decided it's time to go. He's talked to all the people he needs to talk to. I've socialized with more people than I can continue to be coherent in front of. That's how much talking I've done. And he kind of gives me permission to muster out and go back to the hotel. So I go ahead and do it, and I pull out Google Maps, and I'm oh, I'm a block from the hotel. I'm not gonna, obviously I could expense travel for work, but I was just I'm not gonna call an Uber and expense that. I'll just walk the block. It had started snowing, and I set out to start walking. My shoes are not waterproof because they're the shoes I wore for the conference that day, not rain boots. It's snowing. Everything is melting because it's only just starting to snow. And it's freezing outside. And I learn in that journey that a Salt Lake City block is a mile long. And the whole time I kept thinking to myself, and I'm in the dark, and there's no one else walking with me. And the whole time I'm just well, I guess I could call an Uber, but by the time they got to me, I'd probably be at the hotel. And so I keep talking myself out of it. And the moral of that story is before you look at a map and decide to walk somewhere, actually look at the distance. Because I got back to the hotel like a drowned rat, and my shoes were soaked through, and I was freezing cold, and I like that Vaseline idea. I have not personally tried it. I don't know if that's recommended or not, but I can't imagine it would be bad. I have safflower oil here, and I also have Murphy's oil soap. So those are my two cleaners. It's mineral spirits to get the gunk out so quickly. I'm glad you like my story. Mineral spirits for like quick cleaning. If I don't have time to clean, I just leave them in safflower oil and can generally like wipe the paint out of them the next time I use them. And if paint has dried in them at all, like if I forget to do either one of the first two options, I put it in Murphy's oil soap for 24 hours and like, ooh, they're happy when you're done soaking them in that. Not to mention, my Salt Lake trouble was that my boss is from Napa. Or not my boss still, but my boss at the time. He's from Napa. And like part of the parties is that like he drinks wine that he really likes. And because I am kind of his like, I mean, I'm working, but I'm also like his sidekick for the evening. Like he wants me to drink nice wine. Man, I got back to that hotel room and like I had been holding it together. You know, like he kept like handing me wine and I was like, okay, it's fine. I can do it. Like I didn't want to refuse him because it seemed rude. And got back to that hotel room, like drowned a rat, and realized like, oh my gosh, I have a lot of alcohol in my system. Like I had just held on to like every ounce of sobriety while I was like on the clock and working, and got back to the hotel room and was like, oh no. Still makes me laugh though. It can make me laugh now that I'm no longer like trudging through the snow with like totally wet hair and clothes and shoes. Okay, so you guys, all right, so you're East Coast, and then I guess Salt Lake is mountain time. It's like you still have like time left in your evening. I think I'm going to watch some Anne with an E after this and just idly peruse the internet. What are you guys gonna do? One thing I do kind of miss about the stream is that, I mentioned this earlier, I usually listen to like an audiobook or a podcast while I paint, so I feel like I need to catch up on my audiobook somehow. I listen to it a lot in the car too, but it's not like I'm gonna have a place to drive anytime soon. Alright, that is my last brush clean. think if I were being really proactive, I would scrape off piles of paint that like are probably going to need to be replaced. But honestly, with all these questions about like, is it smart to leave the house? Which I guess the answer, or how long is it not going to be smart to leave the house? I kind of want to leave out old paint just to be safe. Like, maybe I can squeeze just a little more value out of you. Bedtime stories in Netflix sounds very, very nice. When is her bedtime? Like an hour from now? I'm guessing because I truly have like no idea. I bet sleep will help with that. Like temporal distance, physical distance help quite a bit. If you can like take a break and like do something, you know, like read a book for a few minutes or just whatever kind of floats your boat, kind of break things up. Okay, cool. Yeah, 20 minutes, that makes sense. But yeah, whatever you can do to kind of take a break from your painting and like especially just kind of visually reset, that will help. If you come back and you see something, awesome. But if you don't, you'll see something in the morning. All right. I have put out new paper towels for the morning. I have cleaned my palette. I have cleaned myself. I think that's about it. My brushes are good to go. Yeah, I'll probably stream tomorrow. I mean, I think the earliest would be noon Eastern, but probably more like 1 Eastern. And I hope to see you on the stream. Thank you all for keeping me such awesome company. This has been really nice. We're gonna get through all the social distancing together and hopefully make some really awesome paintings in the meantime. And I have one painting I haven't even shown you guys yet that's in progress, so there's still like a lot of stuff to come. I think with that, I'm gonna call it a night. I hope you have a very good evening. I hope it's very restful. And of course, I hope you all stay healthy and happy. And see you tomorrow. Happy painting.